Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Today, we're going to set aside the game for a little bit and play some Powerwash Simulator. Nice bit of relaxation after the scrambly vet visit to assess Sky. Turns out he has a bit of an eye infection. Most of the others, well, pretty much all of the others, just got a little bit of sneezing. Sky seems to have gotten a bacterial infection in his eye as a result of that. So he's got some eye drops. And I would have thought that the ad break on Twitch stopped, but sorry, anybody on Twitch that misses something. But no, he's doing a little bit better. He's still a very unhappy kitty. He doesn't like getting the eye drops, and he doesn't like, having an eye infection. So it's bad times all around. But if things go as planned, then he's going to get better over the course of the next few days. Get that all cleared up. Speaking of the kitties, let's check in on them. Ember is crawling onto my shoulder right now. Mason has taken up position on one of the bed blankets, and Sherbet is in the play area. I do simul-stream on Twitch, Sky. As I was mentioning, the ad break is going. It's a bit of a hassle dealing with those. But you got to deal with those if you don't want to deal with pre-rolls. They're both engagement killers, but it is what it is on the Twitch side. But yeah, newtmechanist on Twitch. So let's switch over to the game here. We are going to keep our music going. I think the water sounds should be in. But we're going to switch the camera over to spot a cat. But we're going to avoid any possibilities of copyright music. And yeah, let's see. This should work. I fixed one of the glitches in the. Well, I fixed one of the glitches. Clearly, there's still a problem. Well, now I gotta look at that. Because it was the chatbot twice. Where are you? Rules to rules, links to links. Yes, yes. I think I actually know what's going on. Well, we'll solve that later. In the interim, there will still be the double tap on the messages. I'm pretty sure I know what it is now. But there's a bunch of free content packs and a couple of others. So we're gonna start with the Alice's Adventures ones, and then we'll maybe look at the winter one. Wonderland Entrance Hall. Hello, Sky, over on Twitch. Okay, looks like we have the good stuff. Okay. I suspect this is going to be the room with, like, the eat me, drink me, cake and tea kind of thing, or bottle. Yep. All right, where's our filth pulse button? Not that button. Oh, there it is. The filth pulse. All right, yellow nozzle is generally the good one. Let's get that and put it here for now. Algae, salt, grime. Welcome to our great hall. I hope we can trust you to behave more reasonably than that child Alice. I find this game very mellow. Let me turn on the desktop sound so you can hear the water. More awful creature you couldn't hope to find without adding whiskers, sharp claws, and calling it a... No, I can't even say it. This is a mouse speaking. You can use other nozzles and whatnot, but I generally don't do that unless I have to. Once you progress through this basic mode far enough, you get equipment that pretty much removes the need to switch nozzles unless you want to use consumables. And as an avid RPG player, I have problems using consumables. Or if there's a range issue, because wider nozzles don't go as far. So we still change the range settings on the thing. But we generally don't change to like soap or anything. Okay, yellow nozzle, good. The nozzle. Anybody ever watch Venture Brothers? Please do not move while the nozzle is calibrating. The nozzle is still calibrating. If you haven't seen it, Venture Brothers is a good series. It's kind of a parody of the old Johnny Quest style shows. Hey there, Zoe. Welcome. It's kind of... Venture Brothers is kind of a... What was Johnny Quest's life after, like, Professor Quest died? And quite literally, Johnny Quest does show up as a character in the series. And his life is not going well. It's kind of a send-up of the whole boy adventure genre, you know? Hello, Diminished. We're taking it easy with some power wash today. This guy is still feeling sick. I expect he is hiding under the bed unless he's up in the tree. Let's double check. Yeah, he's probably hiding under the bed. Alternately, Dr. Mrs. the Monarch. But seriously, folks, if you haven't seen Venture Brothers, and you like more adult-oriented, like, parody cartoons, it is a premiere one. Get that extra satisfying ding sound. Hey there, Tass. Yes, we must power wash. I must scratch Sherbet's back because he has come to sit behind my head. He will jump up on the chair, the headrest of my chair, and he will demand back scratches, and once it starts, he'll flop over and put himself between my head and the headrest. We're doing the Alice in Wonderland set, Tess. This is the entry hall, the bottom of the, depending on the, the particular version you're seeing, but the bottom of the hole that she jumps or falls into, For a while, the Disney Channel had like a live-action Alice in Wonderland. It was very trippy. It was very kind of 80s, 90s. House Flipper, I have not. Might be interesting. Might be interesting. There was one I saw, it was like, it was kind of like a haunted cabin manufacturer or something like that. Or they didn't want to make haunted cabins, so you had to inspect them. There's also crime scene cleaner. I wouldn't mind trying. There was one like that was okay, but the physics simulation on it really kind of spoiled it. Viscera cleanup detail. Yeah, that was the one. The physics system was really wonky in that one. Wibbly door upside down on the wall. I may kind of, zone out a bit when I'm doing that, but, feel free to ask questions or anything like that, or just chat. Everything's fine. Or don't. Lurking is fine, too. Part of why I like to use the piano music. Keeps everything very relaxed. Sometimes a bit somber, but that's good too. Nice. It looks like they segmented the walls a bit. Just so. Very kind of speckled. Yeah, originally I was going to wait till this morning to take Sky into the vet, and I probably still could have, in hindsight, but I think it was still good to get him in because the The preliminary ointment that they gave him seemed to have helped a little bit for last night. How many DLCs does this game have? Let's see. You've got Tomb Raider, Final Fantasy VII, Back to the Future, Shrek. There might be another one. Those are the paid DLCs. Then you've got at least 2 seasonals, at least 3 seasonals that are free. You have 2 campaign extensions that are free. I think there are a couple of others. But hello, maybe. Hello, welcome back. I'm getting around to doing some games again. This is one of those games that legitimately deserves the Labor of Love Steam award. Every now and then they'll put other stuff in there. People will be like, oh, this game took a long time to develop, and that doesn't count. Or at least by itself, you know? I think, like, I think Elden Ring or its expansion were, like, Labor of Love. Or at least nominated for. Helldivers, too, yeah. They put in the effort to, bounce back from their, initial issues they did. Yeah, it can't just be, like, fix patches. It has to be... frankly, the iconic one for me, for that category, for Labor of Love, is No Man's Sky. Like, yeah, the initial development took them a little bit, but it's that... it tanked, and they, ate the hit and resumed development. That game went from being universally panned and disliked to being pretty popular now. Stardew, that's another really good example. That is one where they've just kept adding stuff. Terraria, similar boat. See, those to me are Labor of Love, where they just commit to it. It's not live service, it's not a whole bunch of, like, pseudo DLCs. It's... they want to keep people engaged with the product, you know? I believe Terraria was, like, officially finished, and they were like, this is going to be the end of it, we're done. At least 2 or 3 times. I think at this point they're like, it's just, we're just going to keep doing it. So do you know what Alice did? I'll tell you. First, she wafted around saying how ridiculous it was to have a room filled with different sized doors. Very early with Minecraft, I would say, but it didn't take long for it to just become kind of a vanity project and then go into effectively stasis. And that was before Microsoft got a hold of it. Yep. I mean, ultimately, effectively, especially with so back in its original days, they had repeatedly said they wanted to get like better mod integration. They never did. All that mod integration was third party. It was community driven. At least they didn't work to prevent it. Microsoft has taken steps to start preventing those mod systems from working. I mean, Bedrock is a technical improvement, but Bedrock blocks community modding. Like, it has to be an officially supported update package for it to go in there, unless you're willing to do DLL shenanigans. Yep. They went from a game that lived and breathed based on community modifications and engagement, and they have turned it into a walled garden. And that's just atrocious. I mean, for me, Minecraft without mods is just dull. Like, I don't mind building things, but once I built it, it's kind of like neat. Pedestal's done. There's still something on the face. Some folks don't like the extra complexity. I respect that when they don't like the upgrades or the complexity that are added in. Some mods are kind of for the sake of, isn't this wild and random? I don't respect purists. You know, the ones that are like, oh, I only play original Minecraft. That's the way it's supposed to be played. I don't respect that. But if people just like, you know, nothing special, they just like the baseline playstyle, yeah, more power to you. Back in the Java days, the plugin was called like NEI, and it was just kind of like a recipe search tool. You know, how do you make this? And it gives you the diagram. Like, oh, it's exploration. You're supposed to learn how all this stuff is. It's like nobody's learning how to do Minecraft recipes. Everybody's looking it up. Like games with talent trees where they're saying like, oh, people, you know, people will explore and learn what works well. No, they won't. They're going to look that stuff up online. Hey, you'll get some people that will experiment with stuff, and that's great, but that kind of thing went out with the days of Prima guides. Old school instruction manuals could be a trip. There was a game called, was it Tunic, where one of the core goals of the game was reconstructing an 8-bit era, like, instruction manual. Lovely art and actual descriptions of how the game works instead of having a clunky in-game tutorial. I agree with that, Tess. It is. I find it can be enjoyable to mess around with that. If for no other reason than Grinding Gears does a decent job of not making talents that are straight up bad. Like, it doesn't feel like there are landmines in the talent tree. And PoE 2 just made it even easier to deal with. Yeah, they have some use. It might not be in your build, but it feels like... It doesn't feel like this is entirely a filler talent. Or this is just straight up bad. You shouldn't take that. I don't think you can max the skill tree. I think there's like a 100-point limit, and if it's like PoE 1, the XP curve gets grueling. Though given that XP curve, I kind of feel like there shouldn't be a limit. Like, rationally, you're only ever going to get, like, man, in the time we've played, I don't think any of us have gotten near level 100, have we, Taz? I mean, that's a commitment to a particular character. When you think about the time that took and how it escalates, I wouldn't want to do it in PoE 1. I don't feel like the late game gameplay was terribly interesting. Conceptually, it was interesting. The map system is cool on paper, but the way they scaled the difficulty in PoE 1 did not engage me. PoE 2, though, has a lot going for it, personally. Again, cleaner understanding of what the talents do in the talent tree. I think a more approachable skill system. For instance, could there be a perfectly good... There could be a perfectly good reason why this place has so many differently sized doors. Could there be? Perhaps the animal who uses the door, the animals who use the door are also different sizes. The mouse is very offended by Alice. Perhaps every Sunday all those animals converge here for tea and conversation. There's a kind of a series of messages that end with, huh? Did you think about that, Alice? Did you? How could you expect a walrus to use a door designed for a dormouse? Utterly ridiculous. You got that. Drop. Effectively, one of the memes for Path of Exiles is watching people's reaction when they encounter the skill tree for the first time. I mean, they would fit through the door, but I expect getting the door open and closed again would be difficult if they weren't the right size for it. Melty doors. I mean, if you wanted a mouse to open a elephant-sized door, you'd have to have some good counterweight work in there. Now, I feel like it is kind of a missed opportunity not to have every door be like a throne room door for, everywhere you go in gets to be a big dramatic entrance. With optional, like, trumpet fanfare. Oh, yeah. The fact that there are very clearly, like, low-speed fans throughout the destroyers and helldivers in order to make your capes slightly billow is another nod to the ridiculous pageantry of that world. If it's a bug, it's the kind of bug they should leave in. A lot of use for the step stool given the amount of space that you've got. A lot of the locations in Powerwash Simulator substantially transform as you clean them. It makes sense. This one is wild, the difference as you clean it. Oh, man. I haven't actually played Superliminal. I've seen some of the, Steam page clips of it. And yeah, Superliminal Power Wash would be kind of freaky. instead of using like ladders and whatnot to maneuver things, you'd change your perspective of them so that you could get around them sufficiently. It is very easy to just kind of zone out playing this. It's not ASMR content, but it's in the adjacent territory, in the same neighborhood, you know? This game would not be even remotely as good without that chime. The whole system of giving you that as an indicator, as a reward, and also to give you a bar for completion. It's you did what you're supposed to. Here's a cookie. Oh, inevitably, there's somebody that's like, there should be a hardcore mode without the auto completion for real gamers, and those people are wrong. On a visceral level. Some people want to play it that way. Those people are wrong. On a moral and ethical level. Those are the kind of people that you want to expose to original WoW. Like, not slightly spruced up, you know, OG WoW kind of server release sort of thing. I mean, like, no mods, nothing. To get me 800 boar tusks from a very specific kind of boar that is only slightly different than the other boars because it lives in this one very particular set of spawns. Yeah, original EverQuest, running around to all of the NPCs and pressing H to say hail to them to see if they respond in some way. But being very careful not to press other keys, because some of the keys were things like punch them. And NPCs would super kill you in that game. Oh, that's a double banning over there on Twitch. Not only are you advertising like viewer botting, but you're also doing the whole I'm concealing the web link thing. That's an indicator. Don't try to do that as a joke, people. No, that's one thing I will say that hasn't gotten over to YouTube yet, is the viewer bot things. Or at least I haven't encountered it remotely as often as Twitch does when you start. The minute you start streaming, you're potentially going to get viewer botters on ads on Twitch. Like, you know, speedrunners I don't really have a problem with. Speedrunners who complain when a game disrupting glitch is patched, because that game disrupting glitch was something that they used. Now, I don't mean devs going back to a game that is effectively long since past its time and fixing it. But if there's something that wrecks normal play, I don't care about your speedrun time. Now, most speedrun communities have built-in adaptation for that kind of thing. In that they will have categories that indicate whether something is with or without a particular glitch, before or after a glitch was patched, that kind of thing. Wait a minute. Okay, I didn't notice that until I got right up next to it. It's... Watch. Watch the perspective. They very, very carefully got the shrinking hallway perspective. Alice proceeded to eat and drink our wares without the least consideration for their purpose. Did she ponder, even for the merest moment, why we might need eat-me cakes to make us grow, or drink-me potions to make us shrink? No, she did not. She simply took one look and guzzled the lot. There are a lot of stories like Alice in Wonderland that hinge around a really, inconsiderate person or, a thief and vandal. Oh, it's a whimsical adventure they're on. They just... that was breaking and entering. That was murder. Adventure games are rife with that kind of thing. But I needed to get into the Cloud Giant's castle. Yeah, you blew his door up. Why did you do that? Well, it was part of the quest. What quest? Well, this random old guy told me that I needed to get the giant's treasure. Why? What did the giant do to that guy? There's a whole cottage industry of crazy old hermits and similar that can be hired to send heroes of legend and prophecy, read random people they accost on the street, out on hits to steal stuff and or kill people. Yes, indeed, little Timmy, you are the chosen one. Here's a gun and what the guy looks like. Oh, well, that was disconcerting. You cannot do that again, Cheshire Cat. But no, as far as fixing bugs that impact actual gameplay, that's one thing. But there's also no need to go in and fix bugs that are not even remotely related to regular gameplay and don't impact it. I'm thinking of one that is in, I think it's in Ocarina of Time. You might know of this one, Tass, where there's a particular gate that if you get a particular enemy close enough to it, and you get a particular rupee when you kill that enemy, and then you sit there holding that rupee for hours, you will very, very slowly phase through the door. It is a portion of the Ocarina of Time speedruns where you just sit there and stare at a blue rupee. So there is a kind of a parody, kind of a riff on it for Alice in Wonderland that is American McGee's Alice. Now, if you're not familiar with American McGee, in the 90s, they were one of the kind of progenitors of the take something childish and make it all horrifying. So there was like a very, hardcore, violent, and bloody Alice in Wonderland, Wizard of Oz, that kind of stuff. American McGee's Alice is the very dark retelling of Alice in Wonderland. It's actually pretty well done as far as narrative. Gameplay, it's okay. It's a 3D platformer. I'm sorry, American McGee was in like 90s into 2000s, but Alice was not that old. The Mario Maker community that still survives to this day is a strange and terrifying place. Hello, Laura. We're doing the Alice in Wonderland levels in Powerwash. I recall seeing a streamer, didn't watch the whole thing because they weren't my kind of streamer. But they did a challenge where it was they had to consecutively complete 100 random Mario Maker levels of a particular difficulty tier. It was spin the wheel and you have to complete the level. Sky is doing okay, Lore. He's got an eye infection. He's got eye drops that he has to take every 8 hours, that he is not a fan of in any way. And he's also unhappy because he has an eye infection. Could be, Taz. Could be. And that still looks like the British Bulldog one, right? British Bulldogs are one of those dogs that, yeah, they had a fierce reputation, but I have difficulty looking at a British Bulldog and not seeing it as anything but derpy. Like, yeah, if it was big enough and it was growling at you, it would be kind of scary, but that's true of any dog. Can you imagine a Great Dane-sized Chihuahua? Those things would be a terror. Okay, we have human footprints here, but then we have animal footprints going that way. It's, there's training dogs to do particular things and, breeding for muscle and whatnot, but the actual, like, body configuration and such of a lot of the ways that dogs were bred, essentially, um, lean towards the nightmarish and foolhardy. It's that, yeah, I get what you were trying for on paper. I get what you're saying you were trying for, but, yeah. Like, why was this part necessary? Yeah, the Cheshire Cat's laugh was suitably creepy. I think one of the saddest thing about, the saddest thing about the fiction of dog breeds is the damage to their health that gets done. That's the worst thing. I think the second worst thing is uh, the lie of breed personalities. That is the, oh, these dogs are very fierce. These dogs are very, compassionate and good with kids kind of stuff. Any animal can grow up mean. Any animal can grow up friendly. Yeah. But it's the, there's also just the idea of it that is a bad place to be, you know? Because down that road is where eugenics lives. Oh, well, you know, some of them are predisposed to be that way. It's like, okay. And what part of their genetics does that? Because, you know, you can't use slippery slope universally. It's a dangerous, it is an easy thought trap that you can get into, but that same kind of thinking has been used to do bad stuff in the past. Perhaps when something important happens, we all converge here to decide upon a decision. This is the mouse complaining about how Alice came in and, like, complained about the place and ate all their food. Imagine how difficult it would be for a mouse with a good idea to be heard above a walrus. But what if the small animals consumed the eat me cake and the larger animals the drink me potion until everyone was the same size? Will we reach a fair decision then? This mouse is very passive aggressive about this kind of stuff. It's amazing. I definitely want to get more gaming days in. I've got a bunch of Picross style games. That I want to play. There's there's finishing off Observation Duty 7, which started out really strong. Tea-Tap Brewing Menu. Tenacious Tea. What's the Tea? Tip-Top Tea. And Tealicious Tea. Very twee tea room. It's the kind of menu that after they read it out, they say like, ho 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 ho. It's just a splendid pun, Nigel. It's not something that they do with new customers. It's something they do as almost like a ritual every time. There's always a guy named Nigel. Kind of a force of nature. Every group that goes to a tea room is going to spontaneously generate a Nigel. You'll sit down at the table and you'll look around at your friends, and suddenly there will have been another seat there all along, and a guy named Nigel there all along. Wild Thornberries is one of those things that was definitely a bit after my time. But I primarily encountered it through memes. Like, I was aware of it, I saw a little bit of it, but clearly there were other people that, you know, saw a whole lot more of it growing up. It had become embedded in their psyches enough. That's true of a lot of programming. I do think we get a really interesting mix now. There are the ridiculously saccharine, kind of near infantilizing things that they do for much younger kids now. Which are painful to encounter. But we still do get some good things that are, like, they let you experience a narrative. Like, there's, you know, the surface level enjoyment of a bit of escapist fiction kind of stuff, but then there's some real strong scene and character work, those kind of things that are always good to find. Oh man, Gargoyles was well before its time as far as its the way the way things unfolded. So many little doors. That's the thing. It's if you watch Gargoyles from one perspective, you got a cool action series ultimately. You know, conflict of the week kind of stuff. But there was also a strong enough narrative going on that it did not feel mind-numbing watching it if you were watching it for more than just that, you know? Oh, we're already starting to see the large language model singularity form. We have new chatbots, new quote unquote AIs that are being asked questions, and they're answering those questions with answers that are clearly coming from the generated answers from other things. Like a recent one would answer questions about what it was and what its API was by saying, it's ChatGPT. You can find its API on this ChatGPT site. Because it was 100% trained on, web scrapings and whatnot that included ChatGPT answers. It's just like with AI code generation. There is going to be a period where people think it's cool, and they're going to make a lot of code repos full of AI code, and then web scrapers are going to take that code and feed it back into another large language model. We will see the absolute far end of the garbage in, garbage out saying. Like, I hate the sort of thinking that this whole fiasco is creating amongst the non-tech savvy or, the easily fooled. Fooled by tech hype. But simultaneously, I want to have my popcorn ready. I still love that one where so there's the one that was it was like for parking tickets, and then there was a later one for that used the same platform, but they were trying to sell it as a digital lawyer that would expedite the process for cheap. And the minute they announced it, you had other lawyers and essentially judges contacting them saying, you can't do that. You will get in a great deal of trouble if you do it, because that is you saying you can practice law with your program, and you can't. So they did it anyway, and they, screwed up and got in trouble. But more notably, there was a lawyer that tried to do that without informing anybody. So they generated a legal brief and sent it to a judge using a chat program. Yeah, it invented case law. It just straight up lied. I love how there's a term amongst the the kind of indoctrinated. It's, oh, it hallucinates. That's it's just wrong. It it's your language model is wrong. It's giving you wrong answers. It's not mistaken. It can't learn. The best you can hope for is that when you tell it to do it again, the randomization will dodge the flaw in the model. I mean, so much of this nonsense would fly right under the radar if it wasn't very transparently driven by the premise of, I don't want to have to learn or pay people that know. I want to pretend that I can do the same for no money. Yeah, I want to pretend that I can get the same for effectively no money. And that's setting aside all of the unanswered legal questions that these things are barreling towards. We're already seeing that on some of the streaming platforms. YouTube and Twitch are very clearly using some automated moderation tools. He said, hoping Skynet doesn't hear him. Yeah. I mean, to use a horrific business term, ideation. Like we mentioned constantly on our programming streams, it's supplying you with tips, you know? The first generalized AI we create is traumatized by the tasks that we put it to. What was that task? Driving the military? No. Being an internet moderator. The apocalypse did not come about due to military overreach or greedy corporations, but instead, well, still greedy corporations, but no, instead because we just couldn't stop ourselves from being mean on the internet. Ladder's in the way, but there aren't a lot of hook points for it in this room. Ding. Also ding. Definitely missed a lot of stuff. I like that little tea table. Made out of like a teapot pouring tea upside down to form a platform. %99. Kind of a metal detector, but for filth. Right. Wall lamps. All columns, some of those. All paintings, okay. Everything's so sparkly. transition strip and floor trim. Okay. There we go. All right, time lapse. You can see the Cheshire Cat was waiting for us. Done in just in the nick of time. 11sies are fast approaching, and the Warises are already upon the door. If I don't double it to the Duchess's kitchen with trifle, the trifle will be cold. And who would want that? Now come, come. The blasted nuisance has struck again, and there's already something else you can do. Bill the Lizard. All right, Governor. You must be the who jamma flip with the thingamajig, and not a moment too soon, I'd say. That there's Mr. Rabbit's place with several holes in it that would have no mind being there, if you get me meaning. The accent wobbles. Unfortunately, he ain't around to tell you any more than that, as he's off trying to apprehend a 20-foot girl what's disappeared into thin air. Good luck with that, I say. Anyways, you better get to it. I mean, there's a house caked in coat. No, I mean coated in cake. And then there's you with your great wet water cannon thingamabob. Click. Oh, what? Wow. Okay. I ain't saying that White Rabbit's as mad as a hat full of angry carrots. It's a saying I've never heard. I mean, wouldn't you be? After a hard day rushing here and there and everywhere, he comes home, opens his door to see what? An enormous arm giving him the elbow, that's what. Or was it a knee? Oh man, this one's gonna need hard partitioning. There's a lot of subtle joins between locations. Locate where one area ends and another area begins, you know? Caked in coat for sure. With sprinkles. They do a decent job. The slower you move and the finer the nozzle and the closer you are, the more pressure you get when it hits and the more reliably it cleans. Or the more pressure remaining when it hits, I should say. Force remaining? Would that be more accurate? Really pressurized by the time it hits. Giant, cakey handprints. It's like they unleashed a giant toddler with a birthday cake. Chill vibes to strip the paint off of your walls, too. Hello, Florian. Welcome. Doing the Wonderland Powerwash Simulator DLC. There we go. So much filth. What are you folks doing today? On a good weekend? Less visible spots out of the way while I'm perched up here. Got a grandfather clock here. I wonder if we're going to lean into the clock motif of the White Rabbit or something else. I mean, maybe the Roomba, just to find out what the AK-74 has achieved. Which I know is a typo, but I'm still going to roll with that. Trying to remember what it's called, but I'm reading a series of light novels where the main character it is an isekai, but the main character is an advanced Roomba that was teleported to a fantasy world in a demon summoning gone wrong. Hijinks ensue. Well, I feel like the second option that you haven't fully typed yet is going to have to be pretty awful given the phrasing on the first option. That is, it might win by default. Well, I would rather none of those. Since all of them equally involve a degree of suffering with no benefit. The first one only being made worse if you used orifice instead of opening. The second is essentially, would you like to have super hives forever? And the third is just die slowly, so I don't... I don't get where your actual choice is in that one. It's kind of, would you like to be lit on fire or immolated? So anyways, the white rabbit does what any proud homeowner would do. He climbs up to the window, tutting away. No sooner had he gotten up to the window than this huge hand comes out and swats him away like he was a gnat or something. Straight into his prize-winning cucumber frame. Yeah, those are always the videos tasks that have a, they tend to have a pretentious doomsday prepper vibe to them, you know? Like, I would just do this thing because I'm super smart and nobody's ever thought of this solution before. Which would totally work. Just kind of the opposite. For a while, there was a thing going around of, would you do this thing? And it was something like, would you have ridiculous wealth, but there is a snail somewhere that is will pursue you and can continue to pursue you, and if it touches you, you die. And it was one of those scenarios where it's like the specifications of the problem had to become increasingly complicated to avoid the snail becoming a non-issue. Like, well, I'll just kill the snail. It's like, well, that would touch it. Well, what part of me does it have to touch? Like, could I just whack it with a shoe such that it never touches me physically? Is it anything that extends off of me? Does that mean the act of standing on the ground instantly kills me because it's connected to the earth? Yeah. Like, okay, well, it can't die. Okay, can I seal it in resin? It can be immortal all at once. It's not going anywhere. And that's the thing. They can make fun. These things can make fun thought experiments, but that's kind of where they end. Like, if you expect a serious answer from them, then I don't think there's any real merit to them. That is, the true discussion value is in the answering, not in the answer. That was a big one. Yeah, they're leaning into the clock theme for them. Not a shock. Not a shock. Clock theme on the White Rabbit is kind of the default option. The upgrade, since the upgrade has no specified limits, which I believe, like a prior one, means that that choosing that one means you get the other one and all other options. All right, who quantifies better? And to what degree is better? Because that sounds like a subjective judgment to me. And at that point, the choice becomes more about who's the arbiter of that than the actual ability. Oh, if it's just speed, strength, and intelligence, then absolutely, I'll take that. Because we can dodge those like crazy. Like, indestructible and immortal don't fall into those categories. I can be just as slow, weak, and stupid as I am, but I... Precisely. This is a genie's wish scenario. In fact, that's the exact same discussion we're having here, is how would you outwit the genie? And the answer is generally you don't, because as we're doing right now, we're moving the bar every time we make an answer. And I think that's the crux of the genie wish thing, is you can't, because the arbiter, the one that determines exactly how to interpret it, is the genie, not you. It doesn't matter how good your argument is, or how carefully you've documented and tested it against other people. Unless the genie decides to allow it to go the good way, it won't go the good way. I mean, heck, their answer could just be, I was feeling mean today. But this is what I meant by the exercise is in the answering, not really in the question or the answer. Do you mean the genie in the Disney sense or in the actual mythological sense? Because in the actual mythological sense, like outside of Disney, oh, hands down, a genie. Oh my god. Outside of plucky folk heroes, those things are powerful. Like, to my understanding, King Solomon is long dead. There's no stopping you. As to the poltergeist, that's another thing that's one that varies a great deal in popular fiction. They can be anything from, generic insert ghost here up to just a mindless motive force. A machine spirit, but more annoying. No amount of incense can stop you. But in general, they tend to have the same fictional ghost limitations, locationally bound, that kind of thing. Vulnerable to old men reading stiltedly from old books. Or scientists with lasers, or, young detectives. Their talking dog. I mean, when you think about it, that's a big threat, because if you take any sort of supernatural, like a ghost-style entity or a monster, there's always the possibility that some crazy teens in a van pull up and reveal that you were a guy in a rubber mask all along. So he tries again and gets the same treatment. At this point, I volunteered, at his suggestion, to climb in through the chimney. Layman Nora, I was given the boot, such as makes you forget what day it is. It is still yesterday, right? Bill the Lizard reads to me almost as if it's a bit of an Aussie accent, which does line up because Aussie accent is like British accent derivative. If you go back far to the right period. Well, see, that's the thing. Genies aren't actually bound to bottles. That's part of a very particular myth where a very particular one was sealed in a flask. It's not a, to my understanding, it is not a universal thing. Yes, the source derivation, not the, the simplified fairy tale version. At some point there was a transition to, there was a story of a genie in a lamp, and it became all genies are bound to lamps. Aren't there some retellings of the, the story that is associated with Aladdin where the genie isn't in a lamp? I thought there was one, at least one, where it is a magic ring. So, is the first one that the president of the country is a sentient refrigerator? Is that what you're saying? So, to wax a little political, I feel like having a sentient refrigerator president would be preferable to our coming administration, let alone our past one. I feel like President Fridge could have really gotten some stuff done. As for the droid one, that depends on what it's capable of and what take care of means. That gets you into your Skynet territory, you know? I decided that the best way to prevent you from suffering was to finish you off. What show was it that had a I know South Park did a duck president joke at one point. I feel like a duck president is kind of an easy riff to do. looping back to the Arabian Nights, it's extra interesting when you get the, like, setting aside the people that just fully make up stories, which is fine. I mean, in its own right, but I mean, make up. What I'm more referring to is, come up with stories that are supposedly from a tradition. It's extra fun when you have the ones where it was already somebody from another tradition going around gathering them and, like, sanitizing them. The ye olde 4 kids treatment. But it's doubly amusing when that happens twice. Where you get the sort of cultural telephone game going on. Like, one of the classic examples of that is Grimm's fairy tales, which modern retellings of them, well, the original retellings of them, like, when they recorded them, they were already pretty sanitized. But at that time, they still had a lot of that, like, the witch'll get you kind of stuff. Like, that was preserved. But the stories that they actually derived them from, it tended to be a lot worse than that. Again, setting aside the scenarios where they're, where a folk tradition or a tradition is being co-opted for socio-political reasons. I mean, the terror bird would already be something that is, old and scientifically interesting, but I feel like if you did the Triceratops, you would double up and get the pop culture tag more easily. Because people are going to pay even more for a dinosaur. And I'm sorry, baby Triceratops, but it's medical experiments. I know, I wish it could be different, but we live in a capitalist society, so it's medical experiments for the lot of you. Anybody get the reference? Or am I once again just old? Just old, I guess. I believe it's the Life of Brian. Might be a different one. Keep our general rating. It is, all life is sacred would be the a possible interpretation of the song's actual title. Supervillain. Because a cringy OC would be painful to me. Most supervillains could be put down by a random dude with a gun. Like, the only reason those supervillains continue to exist is because they're superheroes that won't just off them. Or police officers that are inexplicably unarmed and pacifist. And we know that's not true. Like, almost every Batman villain immediately killed off by the Gotham police. Oh no, the Joker is robbing a bank, and he's dead. Heck, even some of the more super characters, bullets. If we were talking a magical supervillain, that'd be different. But if we just stick to mutation or like alien powers, physiological powers, then absolutely we would go with that. Because if you remove magic and you have to deal with actual biology and physics, there is pretty much nothing that couldn't survive a big enough gun. So if there was no way of taking back the house, there was only one thing for it. Had to make her leave of her own will. I'm loving this retelling. I tells White Rabbit about the absolute bestest way to make someone to get someone to leave your house. What's that? He asks, so I tells him. So I says to the White Rabbit, I says, set it on. I mean, that'd do it. Set it on fire. Works every time. Which just raises more questions. Of the, how often have you done this variety. Let's see. The duck gives no indication of control or friendship, so the duck is off the table. let's see, outside of some very particular like cartoons and whatnot, zombie implies dead flesh, like unpreserved dead flesh. So the zombie's off the table. Now, setting aside a disinterest in the relationship in general, I would go with ghost then. Because there's, like, the possibility of intangibility and all of that. But there are a lot of variables to that as well. Sit with me, Sky, or are you just gonna kind of... Yeah, poor baby. Come on. Come on. Sit with me. There you go. Okay. Sky has come to sit with me for a little bit here. His inner eyelids are still all swollen and gross, but that the eye drops seem to help, so. Treatment progresses. We halt for a moment to give him attention. So, cats can still get a runny nose, but it's actually a lot less common. What you'll see sooner when a cat is sick is they'll get runny eyes of similar grossness. I mean, in what context are you saying, would I rather cook my own food or, like, reheat frozen food? Please clarify the question. Assuming you mean no other appliances available than just the oven. If my option is, would I have frozen food and no oven, or would I have the inability to freeze the food but the ability to cook it? And the option would be cook it then. Now, if you give me a microwave, then we'd still go with frozen, given that any sort of costs are excluded from this. And I am frequently lazy. Outside of the thought experiment realm, if I could, muster the motivation to cook on the reg, that is economically better for you than frozen. But that does require time and motivation to do the cooking. All right, Florian, thanks for swinging through. His eyes are definitely less inflamed. His forehead is less toasty. He's still got eye infection horror show look going on, but clearly an improvement. One hand is petting the cat, and the other one is controlling the mouse, so movement will likely be awkward at best. It's getting maximum toasty while he gets chin scratches. He's doing that little paw flex thing, you know? The kitty cat making biscuits motion, but up into the air. Cat check why. Ember's in her spot, and the other three are still on the bed. Zoom, but don't really enhance. Love how there are so many myths from syndicated crime dramas, you know? Like zoom and enhance being one of those where there is infinite detail available in a photograph kind of thing, whether it be digital or physical, the ability to just extract infinite detail. Yes, in this photo taken from the top of this skyscraper, zoom in on the left hand of that person down on the street. I want to see what he's looking at on his phone. Now hack the mainframe and tell me what he was doing on that phone 2 weeks ago. No, we're in crime scene drama world. They're going to upscale the image to 200 gigapixels. Always good when you combine that level of like nonsense stuff, and then they also combined it with really mundane things that they're taking way out of context. When you get to a point where it is molecules that are getting in the way of your image quality. Trees are going to be pretty fiddly. Oh, there is a channel that does. It's like something firefighter is what they do, and it's they have things like real things I've seen as a paramedic kind of stuff, or um, firefighter comments on rescue scenes and whatnot in TV shows. But they have that where it's like, oh, he couldn't breathe, so I gave him a like ridiculous long phrase, and they pan out and show like, a tube going in through the forehead, coming out the nose, and going into the throat, kind of stuff. Or what was it? Oh, he's trapped in the attic, and there's a fire. Well, we can't tell where he is, so we're was it they called it? It's like we're gonna have to do the old peek and poke, and it was they all get like what amounts to spears, and they're punching holes through the ceiling and calling out to him so that they can hear him through the holes. And they're like, the guy's like, well, what would be our measure of having found him? Is it just like the gush of blood or something? Or I can see that there's somebody 3 floors down using my thermal imaging camera. Hey, toasty enough? There you go. Surprise, trick question, you get both. This particular audio track I've got going right now, I think does a pretty good job of being what I'd call bittersweet, you know? That there's kind of happy notes, but they're also kind of sad notes, you know? I was preparing the lightning rod and the torches. Everyone suddenly started chucking whatever they could find through the windows. It was mayhem, it was. It's when Dormouse started. Is it? I don't. Buzzing? There's a whole little area up here that I was clearly at before, but didn't follow through with. What you doing, I ask? Freaky little guy. Easy, he says. As soon as she realizes that there's more cake outside the house than inside it, she'll come running. He was right. She disappeared into thin air. I love this. That this isn't like a dark retelling or anything like that. This is a let's look at what she actually did from a perspective, like from a different perspective. As in somebody watching her move through it. Third party, you know? Or a writing desk, but no ravens. What's this thing? Owl dresser. Okay. It's a series that I'm really glad that they got to wrap up. It was originally canceled kind of out of nowhere. Uh, Pretty much like 2/3 into the plot, it got canceled right on a cliffhanger. Um, The Owl House. I've mentioned it before. Really good series. Starts out with the look of a little bit of escapism, follows that pattern for a bit, and then progresses. It's one of those fantasy worlds where the more that you find out about it, the more unsettling it is. Yeah, there's a lot of shows that live in that space. That if I had the time, space for me too, Taz. A lot of games in that territory too. I have to expect that there's some sort of like internal threshold for each of the objects that they set to make some of them easier or harder to get the auto clean to trigger. That is, if it's like in a really confined space that's easy to hit the targets or hit everything on it, then they set the threshold a little lower. Yeah, I know the feeling on that. I have recently reached the point with a lot of them where my interest is more I want to see the story. And the gameplay isn't bad, but I don't have time for the gameplay. I don't have time for all of the gameplay. it can be interesting to find those story retellings where they're not trying to be really. There are some of those storytellings where they're for lack of a better way to put it, they're really disrespectful of the source material. Like, I don't need to hear it as if you're the greatest fan ever, but I kind of want to hear it as if you're not acting as if it's the stupidest thing ever, too. Yeah, I think that's kind of the sweet spot that you want to hit with that kind of thing. I haven't watched it myself because, from what I could find of it, it did not seem enjoyable to watch. But I'm told that of the samples I've seen, I believe this. I have heard that the Velma series, the supposed Scooby Doo, like spin-off slash reboot, is not even like tongue-in-cheek about its source material. It is actively like antagonistic towards its source material, let's say. Which, a lot of times with that, it begs the question of, who is that for? Like, you're making a television series that is supposedly for people that remember the franchise, but they have to also hate it. Like, that's a very particular market you seem to be shooting for there. It's why, like, you can see studios struggling with the idea of, well, we've got this IP that there's some nostalgia for. So what we want to do is remake it, but we want to capture a new audience with it. And in the process of doing that, they make changes that don't attract new viewers enough and that alienate the people that have nostalgia for it. I think we ran into this with what was it, Demolition Man, and a couple of other ones where you go back to the original material, and you watch that, and because you can't, the nostalgia glasses don't hold up to direct review. Like, you're looking at it right there. It's hard to remember it differently. or at least to claim that it was different when it's right there in front of you. Now, you know, internet commentators with particular agendas still manage to do that, but where you recall you don't recall particular elements, you know. There we go. What are we missing? We're gonna have to do targeted hunting here. Coffee table. Kitchen sink tap. A clock's plural. There we go. Was a clock amongst the clocks. Bedroom. Writing desk has one of the drawers is not covered. Lounge window frame. The rabbit sends in a little bill is what that achievement was. The replay. I was looking at that house with Dodo like I am now, and he said, "Can you believe that only today that house had been ransacked by an enormous child and then set upon by a mix of assorted baked goods, rendering the inside like some kind of pointillist art exhibit? I'd say never, you're having me on. It's too clean as that." Then he'd shake his head like he is now, and we'd smile and laugh and tootle off. Still shaking our heads and laughing and smiling, just like we are now. The caterpillar's mushroom. There's a euphemism in that, but we won't mention it. As you work, I'd like to run my thoughts through a paradox that's been troubling me. Perhaps it's been troubling you too. It's a metaphor on my metamorphosis. A metamorphosis, as if you will. Oh no, a metamorphosis. Oh, that's a tough one. Simply put, who am I? Definitely going to have to double back since there will be moss and whatnot on the other side of the planks, too. They did a good job with the very twisty perspective in this one. I wonder, is there a lizard character in in Alice in Wonderland? I know the dodo shows up in some of the imagery. Because they definitely mentioned walruses, and I know there's a walrus. I know there's a dormouse, but I don't know if there's ever just a mouse, you know? I mean, it's out. It's through the Looking Glass / Wonderland / whatever. It's. I'll believe that there's just about anything in it because that is a. That story is a trip. That how stoned can we make our social commentary seem, you know? It's like having somebody describe the setting of the original Mario Brothers. Something that can only be done using things like, so there's this, and ending a lot of your sentences with man. So, like, there's like these turtles, man. Though it doesn't take. Even outside of the weird, like, concepts of the original Super Mario setting, there's one aspect that is always, like, super creepy. So, a core mechanic that you run into in Super Mario Brothers is to jump up and smash bricks. In the original instruction manual, part of the description of the setting and the description of the conflict that never really, translates directly into gameplay is that when King Koopa, he wasn't Bowser at the time, it was King Koopa, took over the Mushroom Kingdom and captured the princess, he transformed all of the citizens into bricks. Every time Mario smashes a brick, he dismembers a frozen citizen of the Mushroom Kingdom. We were mentioning instruction manuals before, and, you know, seem to stand on those, so we're probably going to have to deploy a finer nozzle. I forgot all about the trident. You should definitely be using the trident. That is a range that approximates yellow, or I'm sorry, the red, but with a coverage that is closer to yellow. So they have glowing spots around the stalk of the mushroom there, which gives out in a lot of the angles you can view them. It gives it a they're looking at you vibe. Ah, okay. So some of the blue is spores. I don't know if anybody saw there was a little science piece recently where um they took a simple machine, like, you know, it was hyped as like, oh, we it had legs, but it was just a kind of a platform that could flex, and that would result in the object moving. And they attached like a mold or something like that to it, and it didn't take long before the thing moved towards stuff that the mold kind of was interested in, like towards particular sources kind of stuff. While they're not intelligent in a way that a person would say, you know, thinking creature, um, molds and whatnot are uh, remarkably more capable than you'd think. Like, they exhibit non-mindless behavior. Topical, because mushrooms. If you have topical mushrooms, you should probably seek medical help. It's a fungus deck. I briefly had a fungus deck back in the Fallen Empires era of Magic the Gathering. Between around Fallen Empires and Ice Age before Chronicles. Saproilings, yo. My original state, I was simply a caterpillar. Of that there could be no doubt. It was self-evident, I think, therefore I am. This is very true to form. But now I am in my cocoon. I still think the same, but I am not the same. I am liquid. I think, therefore I jam. Oh, I like that. I mean, is this supposed to be like... Because he's got little booties. Is this like clothing, or is this like shed hide? The washing line would imply clothing, but this being Wonderland, there is the distinct possibility of some sort of, like, fleshy horror show on display here. You'd think he'd be more concerned that we're running around with a pressure washer near his chrysalis. I feel pretty confident that this would punch a hole right into that. A butterfly shrine. Interesting thought when you think about it. If you're dealing with sentient caterpillars, and, you know, butterflies by association, would there be some sort of, like, ascensionist kind of belief structure? Oh my god. Cheshire Cat jump scare there. Definitely going to need the scaffolding for this operation. And this is where it's nice that they give you access to the equipment that you can get through the story playthrough as well. because a lot of these are made much easier if you have the strongest washer and the better nozzles. Pro pressure wash strats, yo. The visible area covered here so that we don't get anything we've got to hunt down later. And then you can see the speckles of some of the, like, hardened muck still there. Since even with the high pressure nozzles, sometimes you need to, like, give them multiple passes. Moss and the like tends to come off quickly, but you can also get, like, rust and whatnot. So in the baseline, the kind of story mode of Powerwash Simulator, and there is a story mode, there is an actual plot. One of the recurring things is lawn gnomes being visible in the area, being able to find them. There's also the cat prints that you'll find around the map to indicate where the mayor's cat has been. And in this case, so far, we have the Cheshire Cat, as well as signs of Alice's passage. Like, her footprints and whatnot leading around kind of thing. As well as, you know, just the general chaos of her wake. Yeah, like the clean threshold on these is very forgiving. Those railing bits. A bit erratic in my cleaning sweeps, but, you know. Hey there, 10. Welcome. I just realized I haven't asked. What is the WSG? Is this a new acronym I'm unaware of? Is it something the kids are saying? Those crazy youth. I see. They're doing the Alice in Wonderland iteration DLC of Powerwash at the moment. Probably the last map we'll do tonight. Probably end up running a little long to do it, but that's okay. Very chill game. To elaborate. When a caterpillar wraps itself inside a cocoon, it does not simply change from a caterpillar into a butterfly. Its head does not simply grow more refined, replete with long, elegant tongue. Its body does not shrink, grow hairy, and sprout wings. Oh no, the process is far more singular than that. It's fine, 10. Known plenty of people that just like to pop in and listen. Right. On the lower parts of the main shroom here. Oh, less than halfway. There is a great deal of mushroom surface yet to uncover. It's the chrysalis. Ah, okay, there are full segments. That's nice. I'm reminded of the sometimes with the slime being so thick, it can be like you have to reveal the shape because the visual similarity of the kind of uniform grime makes it so it can conceal the edges and make it look like just one amorphous blob. I'm reminded of one of the levels in the SpongeBob DLC is Mermaid Man's invisible car, where you have it covered in grime, or car boat or boat car or whatever, but it's covered in grime so you can see it. But as you remove the slime, it reveals nothing. It becomes less visible as you clean it off. And the slime is only visible from the right angle. So you have to be looking directly at the grimy surface, or else it's invisible. It was a good touch. I like how when you have the extra long extension, it's essentially held like a rifle there. Cordon it off and chop it up. Big old mushroom. Hopefully we can continue with the plan. Starting earlier, and also get some game streams woven in there. Or to get back where we had been, you know? You know. We have kind of reached full power wash zen at the moment. Exactly. Really strange limit break, but it's what we got. See, whilst you have been working, I have completely deconstructed myself. I am now a liquid which simultaneously remembers both what it was to be a caterpillar and what it is to be a butterfly. So is the question still who am I or what am I? It's one of those... This is one of those thought experiment kind of questions that can go into disturbing places for you, depending on how you take it, you know? because it is a nature of being question. I mean, I figured we had gotten there at the metamorphosis moment. Because we get the relatively deep commentary paired with nonsense words, which is one of the hallmarks of Through the Looking Glass. There's actually a term for that kind of word, the entirely made up but consistent word. The Momravs, which I'm mispronouncing, but that segment is all effectively gibberish, but presented as if it's not. Like, this isn't Tolkien writing Elvish. That is, it's all like, that is clearly a noun, but it has no meaning beyond that. We don't know what those things are. Extends into the Jabberwock and similar. Taking a very direct sweep right now, getting right up in there before we get up on the scaffolding, because we don't want to have to try to cover too much ground out there. It's a lot easier to miss stuff when you're firing from a great distance. Especially with this many twisty bits. Oh, hey, I got something. Collateral damage. Or as it's known in Helldivers, bonus damage. More likely something like super bonus damage. Mentioned it before when we're doing these, but you wouldn't think that a power washing job would involve as much parkour as it does in this. Those spots right there are why I need to get right up next to stuff, because you wouldn't be able to see those easily from the scaffold without like looking across the mushroom from a particular side. Now we're making headway. would say we're in the home stretch, but given that we're only at 72%, I think we're going to have to try to get up on top of the mushroom at some point. Yeah, that there's some of the geometry in this that is unsettling. I have actively avoided doing so. Why would I? And why would the knowledge be of use to you? Oh yeah, bunch to cover up top. Tread dangerous ground, sir. See if my bots still work. There we go. Pretty confident we're going to have missed something on the body of the mushroom somewhere. Yeah, I mean, with the, WhatsApp, the sound of your work is so soothing. Yeah, I mean, with Rabbit's house, there was an explanation, but the entryway and the mushroom, there is not. Feeling altogether more myself again. Wouldn't it be wonderful if everyone had a cocoon in which to pop whenever the world got a little too much? Episode in Rick and Morty where we discover that Jerry has asked Rick for, I believe it was referred to as a pill bug protocol, where under at will and to be generally under circumstances of severe distress, he can roll up into an armored ball and go into stasis. Is it maybe a day, maybe a month, maybe forever? In his own perverse way, he's taken control. Can't remember what the channel is called, but there's one, they have a little avatar that is like a little person in an aqua hoodie, but with a kind of a TV screen head. Very cute. They do little animations. But they have one about procrastination in a suitably anime over-the-top presentation. Little Fez. I was watching a little, I mean, again, YouTube documentary, so I don't know how accurate we're talking. But it was about the original Donald Duck comics. And for quite a while, it fell into the same category as a lot of them, as a lot of the comic book artists for Disney signed their work as Walt Disney. There was a sort of like required / encouraged concept that you perpetuate the myth that it is Disney that makes all of the characters as they are. And this guy was never credited or anything like that. But the art that he drew in the original Donald Duck comics became pretty famous, and he was referred to for quite some time as the Duck Man, the one that drew those original Donald Duck things. This is the guy that came up with the whole, like, Duckburg and all of that stuff surrounding Donald Duck. He's the one that came up with Scrooge and all of the residual characters. Or associated characters. But yeah, eventually they found the guy, and he was kind of, amused to find out how popular he had become. As to some extent he had fallen prey to a standard corporate tactic, and that's don't let them feel like they're valuable. Well, yeah, but it sounds better when it's the Duckman. It's like, he is the guy to go to about ducks. There's a kind of implied authority there. Oh, aromatic bubble blower. And nothing else at all. edge of the mushroom is kind of at an awkward angle here, so it's a little difficult to aim the thing. Because the water does project from the washer. It's not uncommon in these kind of games for the essentially the projectile to emit from some other place in the world, as opposed to where you actually see it from your perspective. In a first-person shooter sense, often the gun you can see is not positioned where it is on your character model in the world. So the source of truth is not the your first-person view, but the actual points in the world. So you don't get that sort of issue where the gun is colliding with the surface, because that in a action shooter kind of game, that can be to the detriment of the experience. Where you thought you had a good shot, but it turns out your gun was actually pointed at a crate, But it can result in moments where the opposite happens, is you dodged that sort of spatial issue, but ended up breaking immersion by making it apparent that that's what's happening. The rocket comes from the wrong spot. And you see it happen. There are plenty of games where that degree of immersion isn't necessary to the gameplay experience, but I would also assert, if you are going to spend a ridiculous amount of money on high fidelity graphics, then having the world behave in a way that definitely shows that it is not behaving in the same degree of fidelity, then why are you bothering? This is a super real looking gun, but it does not behave in any way like a real gun. This can be overridden by establishing a fantasy world. Like, you establish that it's an action movie world through some of the presentation, but then you still have to maintain consistency. When you do that, you don't get to have cutscenes that act like these are real guns and there are real expected consequences to them firing, and then proceed into a players are bullet sponges, med packs work instantly, circle strafe and bunny hop world. Alright, what are we missing? One fungus platform. One of the lounge chair cushions. Oh, the lounge chair cushion. The rim of the mushroom cap. So there is some part of the direct edge of this that isn't quite right. Yeah. Whee! Just a moment. Sorry about that. I'm back. Should be amongst our last targets there. Lantern post and a bush plinth. Okay. 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 That one. All right, let's see it. Yeah. Ooh, that one's going to be neat, but we're going to pick that up next time. I feel like tomorrow might be another power wash day. we do have a lot of ground to cover, so we're going to be interleaving some games in with the coding. I want to have longer streams, but I also don't want to have the same thing back to back. So we're going to start with probably a bit of an A-B pattern with at least an off day in there somewhere, but we'll see how it goes. You know, things have been pretty jagged the last several months. We'll get there, though. We'll get there. Now, I hope everybody had a good time watching some Power Wash with us today. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment, all of those good buttons, press them. With that said, I hope the rest of your day is nice, and I will see you next time.